I'm Chris from Airwindows, and today we're just hanging out in the studio tinkering with stuff. And by hanging out in the studio, this is what I'm talking about. I've got all my stuff set up with my little keyboard, and it's what I was using a while back when I was doing looping things in Circa. And currently, what I've got loaded up, let's see if this lines up correctly with the window. Kinda it does, kind of it doesn't. Is the music thing that I had for demoing Softclock with. In fact, I might even have Softclock in there. Yep, sure do. So this is all well and good, but I would like to do a couple of things. And one of the things is get set up so that I can do spontaneous recording and music making like that more easily. And that will involve patching together a bunch of stuff in here. So as you can see, I've got some wires and cables and things, and a Moog Sub Fatty sitting there, and Kurzweil micro piano sitting here, which I've also used for things. And I'd like to make it so that I can take my one good audio cable that I plug the guitars into, all of these various things into, and set it up so that I can just pick stuff to do and have it all run off of the pressure sensitive keyboard I have here. There's other things as well. For instance, I would like to be able to go into Bacon Paul 6 Signs or the Surge XT soft synth and get closer to some of the sounds I'm using. But first order of business is getting together the sounds the way that I like them. Only then does it really make sense to try doing like some of this stuff. For instance, here I have this. I would like to make some of this available as samples, seeing as I've got a sound that's working fairly well. Like some of it is easier because if I include the bass, like, well, that bass is just a DI. That said, I would also like to take apart my Rickenbacker and set it up to be a mono output rather than a stereo output, because what I'm doing with it, particularly with regard to having flat wound strings on there, it's doing such a good job at being able to do a bass that sounds proper and decent and also works on tiny speakers that I'm kind of going to run with that. Like there's a guy who told me about this some time ago. Goes by Weedy Wet on the internet. His real name is William Whitman. He is the bassist and producer for Cyndi Lauper's greatest record, or at least the big hit record from back in the day, you know, and is still in her band, I believe. And he also is a Rickenbacker owner, but swore to me, you shouldn't put round wounds on them. And me being a Chris Squire fan, I completely ignored him. But I ended up getting a set of flat wounds. And the flat wounds are like labella low tension flats. That basically just means a much lighter gauge. And it turned out to be exactly what I needed. I had tried a gauge of flat wounds that were the Steve Harris flat wounds, which is not a good idea for me because they were like telephone poles and I couldn't play them. But the labella low tension flats, like the round wounds I'm using, and I still have a bunch of sets of them, which are now going kind of unused. The round wounds that I'm using were themselves very light gauge. So having flat wounds be even heavier gauge than what I'm normally not able to use was a bad idea. But the low tension ones are just extremely light gauge, and that worked out to be exactly what I needed. I assume I am still, let's see, coming through correctly. Yeah, it looks like it. So my idea here is, and I spent the morning setting up record analysis for myself for later. I have now got like 60 vinyl records captured to my computer that I have not run through Meter or analyzed. Some of them were duplicates, some of them were better copies of what I've already got, but some are not. And I'm very interested in getting into that stuff. I'm not going to be able to do it today, but that is what took the time. Took my time away from doing streaming and going online because I had to get that done. So this is going to be me also trying to get stuff done, namely a little more studio building. So I could also jump on Minecraft again, but I might not actually find time for that. And I could also fire up the development laptop and then use that and work on a reverb that I'm kind of trying to get together at the moment. I'm working on a thing called K-Cosmos, and there's some new ideas that I'd like to attempt with that. Hopefully that'll go well. I don't know yet. I haven't tried it yet. I've got the basics of it up and running. Hey, Sorfton. So a lot of this is just, let's see what happens. And let's see. So first thing I want to do is get under here. I have a Zoxbox here. I feel like this would be a good place to put the Kurzweil. Probably it will be anyhow. Meaning I need to get a little more double-sided tape probably. And I have to move this under here so that I can reach it. I'll be making sound with this stuff eventually, but first I have to put things in places where I can reach them. Also, what's this? It looks like... Yep. Here's the cable for the Kurzweil. Micro piano. Not a perfect system. Let's see. So if I move this double-sided tape under here over a little bit, the narrower Kurzweil can also fit onto what you can't see, or at least you'll be able to see it in a moment. today I don't just have the Summit, I also have a Alpha Juno hiding under here. So here we go with this. Might want to get more double-sided tape for that too. Got a whole extra power strip. This is going to clearly want to be routed a different way, like under here. Maybe even under here and over here. And then I need to be able to reach under here. But also what I need is to be able to put the MIDI club controller for the Alpha Juno there. And then lastly, I left a MIDI, oh, it's on the floor over there. I need to take the Zoxbox's MIDI through and run it to the Kurzweil. And I'm going to go through and test all of these things to make sure they make sound. I'm just like putting them all together, and there's a really elaborate pile of stuff here, because part of this is about getting this together so I can decide to do something like, say, do space ambient looping or whatever, and then actually do that thing and spontaneously go, oh, I would like to put a piano on this, and then be able to do it. Let me see, where's this through going? That is not a long enough cable. But that should work. Okay, get it through. I do not know if it's going to be feasible to like pick this up. That's another possibility, is making it so I can literally pick it up. I'll show you in a moment, probably. That, and then this cable goes here. So if this cable goes through here, it reaches a little bit more. As long as I can plug the dumb thing in, there we go. Oh, let's get that up and blinking. Gotta get the thing up and blinking. So, firstly, let's turn this on and see whether we can make it audible. Cool. So my MIDI keyboard works. I just don't know whether it's sending things to the actual hardware. So that's the next job, is get this stuff to go to the actual hardware. Finishing my coffee. It's already late enough in the day that I can't make more. Or shouldn't. Or there is shouldn't. I shouldn't make more. what'll end up being really neat is if I'm able to have people over and, oh, interesting. The rattling of these is a very loud sound in the microphone. Go figure. So yeah, here is the Juno control, currently sitting on top of that stuff. What I don't have is it all powered on, but I have this one power strip that's connected to another power strip, and now it is on. But I don't have any way to hear any of this stuff other than Surge XT. But I should be patched through. Let's see. Alpha Juno is, well, not the Alpha Juno. The Summit is showing signs of life. I just can't hear them, but there's a way that I can. So this was from a previous setup over in the other room where I had it on this stand that I made from like stand parts. Each of these have different purposes. Also, I see that the this will be amusing. I've got the ability to, let's see what we've got here. Alrighty, that's not very loud, but there's a reason for that. The reason is that that's just patched through into the keyboard patch. Whereas maybe what would be better is to patch it through into something else. Because in this track, the keyboard is not what I would call very loud. Why don't I simply I wonder if any of these are like a default setting. Well, that's fairly close. I don't know. Oh, I bet this is it. Yep. You can't see it, but I can see it. So if I drag this over to here, delete the send, hit record, but instead we are doing a stereo input, which is Toslink 1 and 2. And then route it to the master bus. That's this. So fatty. And the reason I have that there, I bet I should move the controller keyboards to in front here so I can reach it more easily. Let's try to not break things or make a mess. So the way this is working, I'd like to be able to use it, seeing as I have it and all. But I want to control it on this. This one's not pressure sensitive in the way that the other ones are, but it's very velocity sensitive. But the extra thing that's going on with it is I have this little box in here called Quantum. That is like a chorusy thing. So we got master volume. It's only coming in on one channel, but that's fine. So would a guitar if I plugged it into there, or so would the Rhodes if I plugged it into there. But the special thing about this is the external input is the output of this little chorus pedal that I have behind me. And the headphone out is going into the input of the chorus pedal, meaning you can do this. See, it does that thing. So I have a resonant filter going on, but the resonant filter is feeding back through a chorus. I don't like how it's not pressure sensitive, but it's so velocity sensitive. So if you mess with this feedback thing, it makes interesting other colors happen. That extra thing going on. This is sending a pedal control. It's not doing anything. Modulation button is doing a little bit. So all very well and good, but I'm not getting much from this that I can't get just from the keyboard. So the trick with doing this thing with the feedback is that it works better if you have resonance on the synth. See, without the feedback, not just this. And the main thing we've ascertained is the keyboard in front of me does actually drive the synth. So far so good. I can now unplug my magical cable, which gets plugged into everything, and figure out what other things I can plug it into. Namely, I think it's going to be time for setting up the Summit. Now what I should probably do is reverse the labels on these. I'm going to tell you why that's on my mind. And then we'll hear it in a moment, but this is on my mind right now. And it's because I have different patch ends on each of these. And I have the flat patch ends on the Alpha Juno and the straight ones on the Summit. But in the way this is set up, the amount of space behind here, there's like a couple of MIDI cables poking in here. One of them goes directly to a MIDI splitter, but the output of the keyboard goes directly to the Summit, and the Summit powers everything else. But the Summit patch cable has these longer ends, and if they poke out the back, they bump into this Console X thing, which I need to scooch in a little bit closer. So I can't use these, but both of these little boxes are exactly the same thing. Both of these little boxes are just a Hammond stomp boxy style, but tiny. And there is a simple stereo jack in here. There's no other circuitry, it's just passive. So these are the same thing. They're just labeled. And so we need to reverse the labels because it's just electrical tape. And that should be pretty straightforward, I think. Unhook that. And that. This is going to be even more straightforward because only one of the electrical tapes has anything written on it, namely Summit. It might not end up as neat because I put the electrical tape on and then wrote on it, and I'm probably not going to be able to reproduce that exactly. But the important point is being able to plug the things in and put the jack for plugging this wire into, which it's the same wire that I use for everything now. And now the cable has the correct ends on it, at which point I get to decide where I want this little thing to go. So maybe like on the end of this thing here, the stand, like right where I can reach it, because not everything is going to be quite so easy, but some bits of it will be. So what I'm actually quite excited about, and come to think of it, how am I going to have this? Let's start. I'll deal with the other one later. So if I'm going to put this here, which is a perfectly serviceable way to do it, or I could put it there, or that away, and honestly, I don't think it matters all that terribly much. Yeah, it's fine. I'm just figuring out these things on the fly because that's how one does, you know. Again, I can get onto some coding later if anybody wants, and of course, I do actually see chat. So if you want to ask me questions about any of this stuff or any of my coding stuff, this is a perfectly fine time to do so. This is just one of those days where I'm derping around doing stuff in the studio. Oh, you were too sick to comment? I hope you feel better. I don't like hearing about my crew getting sick. Please do get well. That would be my hope for you. Meanwhile, my hope for this is plugging it in somehow. So let's reach under here and it's the crisp butt shot of the day, right? See, outputs, main outputs. This particular one does not care very much whether it is left, right, or right, left. And I can place this later, but for what I can do right now. Ooh, well, first of all, that's very loud. Partly because I have master volume turned up so high. I'll set that anywhere for the moment. I called this patch B3 Butt Mouse. And let's see, the pressure doesn't do much on this one. Modulation wheel. No, that doesn't do anything either. It's also a mono patch. Maybe I can have this be more visible. Give me a moment. Alrighty. So now we're done with the Moog for the moment. The idea was to do the Proteus style Hammond patch with a lot of key click on the input, the percussive quality, and I just kind of dialed it in so there was this synthetic quality to it as well. I think the reason I'm calling it B3 is that it's like octaves and harmonics in there. So it's meant to have this sort of grind or rasp to it. Which you can control with yeah, there's layers of distortion going on inside it. So it's meant to have some grind. Also, there's some sensitivity to velocity there. See, it lights up a little bit. And with no sustain, it's entirely click. And then there's also sustain in the mod envelope. So that's all very well and good. A couple of other things I've been working on. That's a stock patch, but I made one. And this one's responding to modulation wheel. So let me drag the chair back over so that I can use hands and feet at the same time. So what's going on with this one is I'm trying to get a bass-like thing. In fact, I can turn on key latch. It starts as just a sort of simple whip. So I got two separate things going on. Modulation is giving me sort of the decay, but then the pedal does something else. Because it's the 3 oscillator one. So I've got it set up so that the 3 oscillators are cross-modulating each other. And that's something I can't do in 6 Signs or Surge XT, but I can do it on this. So it looks like I have 2 simultaneous controls. One of them does this, and one of them does this. So only one of them modulates the cross modulation in the oscillators. The other one just lifts it up so that it sounds more like a bass. So Summit demonstrably works. Next thing I need to do is attach this somewhere so that I can use it. Contemplating finding other places to it. Like I could put these here if I do it right anyhow. I have to put them where I can patch into them and hopefully not get in my own way too much with it and not get in the way of other things I want to do. So all in all, yeah, maybe a little more tricky. I can dangle it like this, that'll work just as well. Over to the other thing I wanted to try to do. Let's patch up and see whether it's working, because I think it is on the Roland Alpha Juno. Because bringing the one out made me want to bring the other one out. Especially if I end up doing like dub techno style things. It's the perfect answer for that. So let's see. Not the phone's output. I want to avoid the phone's output. Let's switch that through there. First things first, let's see if it's on. I wish to find out whether the synthesizer is working and receiving MIDI. That's my next job. So, there's our cable. Yep. Alpha Juno lives. Alpha Juno should also be answering to this controller. And I don't know whether there's going to be a more convenient way to move it around, but if I hit snapshot, that's more or less my guitar patch. I've got a way of patching, and I don't know whether I've got it set up in this way at the moment. There's probably a way for me to find out. Or indeed, I could even just bring the guitar thing up here so I can patch it into where that MIDI cable goes into the Summit and then control everything with the guitar. I did this before. I've done this in other things. But I've also got a foot pedal, and this foot pedal is plugged into the Juno. So if that works and I did it right, I should be able to modulate it using the foot pedal. In particular, when I'm playing guitar through the Alpha Juno, it becomes very useful. So, sounds like I've got it up and running. For this particular guitar patch, this thing that I do, you have to be able to set the pitch bend to up 2 notes and down 2 notes. Hey, Andrudy. Day's going okay. This is hacking with Studio Day. So you have to be able to do this. I should show that point. Let's see whether I can, seeing as I'm talking about it, let me show you what it is. Then I'll be testing it and seeing whether it works. Here is the cable in question. I need to maybe bring it back around here. First of all, untangle cable from this. We'll put it around here. Can we lift it out from behind the radiator? If I can do that, I'm probably good. I have enough wire for this. Also, interesting side note, because the MIDI club is controlling that, I could simply unplug it and plug this in instead. Up. The cable says top, but it's not really true. And then scooch back over here. So I'm going to need to get a guitar cable, plug into the MIDI thing, and not bother turning on the whole amp and everything. So far, so good. It lives. That's just me. This is just me plugging a patch cable in without even plugging the guitar in. 60 cycle hum is making a synth noise. That's how straightforward it can be. So, then I will grab a guitar and show you what the deal is with the Sonos G2R is the thing I'm using, and how you use it with the foot pedal and the Roland Alpha Juno. My levels are not balanced here. And it's a little scratchy. Why are you being scratchy? Let's not be so scratchy. It's being itchy and scratchy. It is now a Simpsons routine. Ah! And I reversed the out of balanceness, so let's turn that back down again. But yeah, this is how this works. So this was heard all over Welcome to Free Luna, the album that I did, which is on Bandcamp. Note I haven't tuned. One of the reasons for me not tuning is that my tuner broke. So I've got aluminum tape holding it together and the clip broke. So now if I mean to do anything for tuning a guitar, I have to wedge it in here, which technically is putting one of the strings out of tune, so very unhelpful. But it doesn't matter what the keyboard is tuned to, it'll use the pitch bend to give you whatever it'll use the pitch bend to give you whatever the string is doing. So this becomes a way of being able to use a synthesizer, and it wouldn't have, well, right now it would have to be the Juno, because that's what I've got it plugged into, but technically I could plug it into other things and use those too. It tracks really fast. And the reason it can track so fast is because the Sonus G2M is able to sound a note almost instantly, and then it'll bend the pitch to comply with whatever the note turns out actually to be. It doesn't have to wait to be sure of what the note is. It just kind of guesses and then forces it into the correct. Also note, it's not able to play multiple notes. It's monophonic only. This is not unlike the Zappa track off of Shut Up and Play Your Guitar, Ship Ahoy, but with that, it's using a sort of modulating filter, and this is literally just a synthesizer being played off the guitar. All the synthesizer stuff is available. I'm noticing, again, a scratchy sound in the right channel, which probably means I have to go inside the Alpha Juno, find out what is doing that, and fix it. So this would be nice to sneak into a, and I'm now thinking about how I can go about doing that. This would be nice to sneak into a looping session after I've got something else happening, or a space ambience thing. No, also portamento is available. If you turn up portamento, you can hear the weird notes it sometimes goes to. Turn it down, but have a little bit of portamento. It's all with the foot pedal, and it's just straight up in Alpha Juno. If I plug the MIDI back in, it'll answer the keyboard instead. So I'll maybe leave this somewhere I can get at it, in case I feel like demonstrating any other guitar synthesizer things. It's a really fun way to drive a synthesizer, as long as you're okay with it being mono. Unplug the guitar synth. Maybe hang it somewhere where I can get at it, like this. Here we are. Ta-da. Plug the keyboard back in. I have to pay attention always to whether the MIDI cable is being plugged in right side up or upside down, or where those pins actually are. Which is a bit of a pain, but whatever. Now, well, I say now, and then it doesn't do anything. No, we're still plugged in. Oh. The keyboard is also providing velocity, but it's providing much lower velocity, and the velocity curve is really different from what it is on the guitar. So, the thing about using the Alpha Juno in tracks is that this is, I think it is pretty much a canonical dub techno keyboard when set up properly. Less portamento since we're doing a chordal thing, and And the journal is not answering pressure sensitivity, although I feel like I should be able to, like we've got aftertouch here, right? So yeah, it doesn't take the same kind of pressure sensitivity as, for instance, the Summit. Also, what is up with the Summit? What are we doing? Oh, is it simply mono? Okay, that's why. Didn't get back to this. We unplug this, plug this back in. That's back there again. But the reason I was only seeing one light up is because it's on a mono patch. Whereas if I was going to do like the space ambient stuff, I might want a pressure sensitive patch. And I'd probably want to do my own reverb. Again, I'm looking at doing another reverb. I'd like to make one I'm calling K Cosmos at the moment. We might work on that a little bit more later. So the Summit is the one that can do the pressure sensitivity, but only with a controller keyboard like this. Like I am swearing by, I guess it's CME X key. Looks to be what it is, because it's affordable compared to a bunch of controllers. It's got these weird chiclet keys, so it's not fun to play if you're into like pianos, but it'll do the job. And you got the independent pressure sensitivity on every key, so you get to do all of your CS80 kind of stuff. That is cross modulation. It is, I think, ring mod. I've got it running on ring mod, so when I detune one of the oscillators, it goes crazy like that. On a single note, it's like this. Oh, wait, it's not responding. Give me a second. So it does this interesting thing, kind of going back and forth, and that's just pitch in one of the oscillators. Let's see which one it is. Yeah, that's putting oscillator 2 out of tune with the other ones. And that's pretty much just listening to the ring 1x2 out, but they're mostly in tune. But if they're out of tune, they do a weird thing, which is not unlike what I was doing with my ring modulator stuff in the plugins. It's doing a similar thing, see? So it's normally nice, but it can go nasty at the push of a button. And it can go nasty at the pressure of keys and pressure of the modulation wheel. Two separate things. So yeah, that's the kind of thing I would like to have on tap for doing stuff. But speaking of having things on tap, if I unplug from this, here's a cable again, I wanted to see whether the Kurzweil was operating properly. So on the top of the Kurzweil, I have a red electrical tape, the little arrow for where this gets plugged in. So I'm probably going to want to do the same thing for the Zox, but that's another story. Just a moment. And I feel like I'm getting only one channel and a lot of hiss, so that's funny. This may not be working properly, or maybe it is. I only have the one jack. It's possible something came loose. But yeah, the idea of the Kurzweil is if I want to so this is what the other channel sounds like right now. So I think I have repair work to do here, because that's no bueno. I don't know what's wrong with it, but I'm going to have to fix it. Well, meanwhile, or maybe it's see, that's the volume knob. Could it be failing to respond to the volume knob? No. It's still crunchy. It's still no bueno. And it's weird the amount of hiss I'm getting out of this. So something is rotten in Denmark. Oh, and that hiss is happening whether I have the output going or not. Maybe I have a grounding issue. At any rate, the reason I'd like to have it working, although it is not working, is the various other patches you get in here and the ability to turn the reverbs off. So all I have to do is kind of climb under here to where I can see the light, and like if I'm running into console channel, I can gate that noise out, but that's not what I want. That could be meant to be a Rhodes. We've been through the Rhodes thing. So here's where it gets a little more interesting. That's probably where I got the idea for the Summit B3 thing. Oh wait, here's another. Ooh, we're distorting real hard though. How about I turn this input down? With the Kurzweil keyboards, with the Kurzweil Hammonds, if you push the modulation wheel, that revs up the Leslie. And it's a pretty neat little Leslie imitation for what it is. And then on patch 27, we have strings. So that could be fun if I get the keyboard actually working. That could be fun for space ambient kind of stuff. Interesting, it doesn't respond to pitch bend. This intends to be a piano. For this, modulation suppresses the key. So I could see Pet throwing that into a space ambient thing, although I might simply try to replicate it with the Summit. If I can, although this is sample based. Kurzweil micro piano is like old school sample based, so weirdly it's fairly good at not aliasing. Although if you pitch bended it, you'd be able to hear immediately whether it was aliasing or not. And yeah, I got to get that other channel working, I'm telling you. It would be much more fun if I got the other channel working. But slow strings. See, then certain old synthesizers, like the micro piano, and the reason this is acting weird is probably because I patched in a stereo jack that didn't initially belong in the synth. So it's been rewired and hacked with. I could simply try to get another one because it's not the most expensive old synth that you could get. And yeah, if we do things like, let's see, what was, okay, so 12. Oh, I'm not even running Airwindows yet, so that's not doing anything. But So I'm still only in one channel, and the micro piano is not working very well. It's hissing loudly, and it's only giving me one channel. But even though that's still true, it's still able to make a cool pad just by running the only channel that I've got into Galactic 3. And that's neat. But now I want to unplug that, because as fun as it was to bring it over here, it's not working. Man. Although as far as fun is concerned, I can pull the cable from over here, plug it into the Rhodes. Trick with the Rhodes, it's not hissing because it's an analog instrument, but it needs you to turn it up. So what next to plug in? I know. I want to find out whether the Zoxbox is up and running. That's like the remaining one, apart from coming up with percussive sounds in the modular. Where is its outputs? My glasses aren't helping me very well. Oh, here we go. So if I've got this patch together and working, I have a Zoxbox that can be driven by, so can I pull this? It's kind of hiding under here. Is it on? No, it ain't. Why are you not on? Oh, there it is. So if I hit run, it's going to play something. Which I'm not hearing properly. So something is amiss. Oh, that's a sync out. No, that's a mix in. What's going on with this crazy thing? Okay, so mix out, phone, mix in. Gate and CV are things I will be using for stuff, but mix out's supposed to be here. And it's supposed to be playing a thing. We'll set it to, oh, I know. I'm not getting any level here. I made two of these, so one of the things I can do is bring out the other one and see if it's in better shape. Because my hope is that this can be made to work. I want to be able to use this off of the keyboard. In theory, it's possible. I also seriously hope these are okay because I built them myself and I really like them. So, unpower you. Run the cable over to here. Not going to worry about the MIDI use yet. I'm just going to run this through and see whether, if you set it to random, okay, this is now live. So I'll be, now it's both the Kurzweil and this that have gone off. That's annoying. But I don't know what to do about it. Oh, no, wait. I know what happened. This is probably fine. Give me a moment. There's a special thing about this. Mix back in. I will show you what I'm talking about momentarily, and then we will get to doing cool, awesome things. But there's a very special reason why this wasn't making any noise. See this? This is a patch cable. This patches either the sawtooth or the square tooth oscillator into the filter. I don't have anything patching that together on this one. So it's probably fine. Normally that would be a thing, but there's a reason why I don't have that. So here's a couple of patch cables. I'm going to be showing an interesting trick for anybody who has a Zoxbox, has hacked it the way that I've hacked it, and is doing what I'm doing with it. But first, in and sawtooth out. It lives! So now it's more the raw output. This is one of the settings on the Zoxbox. It is called random, but doesn't respond to pitch bend, doesn't respond to modulation or foot pedal, because this is a 303. It's not meant to be a keyboard controlled synth, although technically it says keyboard here. What that means is you can use these buttons. And it's mostly about come on, honey, you got it. How about no? I'm trying to persuade it to run. Doesn't feel like it today. No, it does. I had it set to pattern didn't sync, so it was waiting for another Zoxbox to drive it. But you set it to the pattern. and you can switch it to different patterns. Right now it doesn't have anything interesting in the patterns. If I remember correctly, there's a special way of making it do random. Let's see whether... Nope, that wasn't it. Nope, that was erase it. Some of this is just things I tried to do with it earlier, mostly when I was doing the sequencing on it. I don't want to do the sequencing on it anymore, but it's set up to do it. Honestly, I'm going to go and get my cheat sheet for this, so bear with me. Might as well turn off the micro piano. I know it's not working properly. So, nerd sequencer, which is over there. Cheat sheet. No. Zoxbox. This is the one. Then I've also got the Erica synth drum sequencer cheat sheet, Arturia keystep cheat sheet. Made these for myself, basically. This one may come in handy. This is the sub-fatty cheat sheet. It's just going to fall down. Maybe I can tuck it in here. Close enough. And then there's another copy of the Zoxbox cheat sheet, unless it is the one that I found before. Sleepy Circuits Hypno cheat sheet. These are my chord things. Say patches for the Summit cheat sheet that I found from somewhere. And then writing for voices cheat sheet. So these things can be not here right now. And this is going to stay where I can get at it in case I need to the advice on how to do stuff for the Summit. I want to do more patches for the Summit, so these are the internal wavetables that you get. And other things like don't turn up the outputs past halfway or it'll distort, which it's designed to distort. Oscillator reset for FM works. Using free running oscillators. And again, post filter overdrive for bright per voice distortion, global knob distortion for a darker drive, pre-filter drive for mid-range burn, the fellow says. So these are the things I'm going to want to look up when I'm digging into the Summit again. But this is the instructions for how to make this do something else. So, editing patterns in run right mode. We are currently running. So I might have to put it to... No, I think this is correct. It's just not the thing I wanted. So let's see. How to change the note data. See, there's a special thing in here somewhere. which I want to... You hush. Where's the secret buttons for making it be random? Because I was using that. Okay, so pattern sync out. Not what we wanted. User, oh, pattern edit, maybe that's the one. Pattern edit. That's the pattern. So editing patterns in run right mode or step right mode. So step right is the one I would want. Previous and next. Means I can pick different things. Just doing octaves. That's a rest. Or it doesn't have to be, though. And this might be telling me I'm on the last note. And if I hit done, it stops. So if I hit done earlier than the last note, it's making a funny time sequence. So now that's over a more consistent range. Honestly, I kind of like this one, even though it's a pain. See, acid. The accents are poking out a lot. So these are also the things that you can do with a 303 over a Zoxbox. It's also real chunky. It's got a real crunchy quality to it. Because the output has a lot of force to it. This is one of the ways that Plastic Man did some of his earlier techno things, is to be either controlling with one of these or having it synced. And this would become the way that he would do the sparse, minimal techno stuff. It would be mostly just empty space. Also, let me adjust this. What have I got plugged into? So Toslink 1 and 2. How about mono Toslink 2? There, now it'll become louder. So you can bring it up until the other sequenced notes start showing up, because the accent notes will show up first. Resonance is part of this sound. But it's the way that it's... The dynamic range of one of these is enormous, and it's clearly the same way for the real 303, because the real 303 would be what Plastic Man was using. It's a very primitive little synth, you see. You can pull the reverb back a little bit. I still haven't found the random button though. And we're still in pattern edit. So yeah, I have to push done to save. If you do the random thing, which I'm finding out what to do, I know it exists because I've done it before. It'll throw in random rests and accents and slides too. So let's see, editing. Oh, okay. Editing patterns in run write mode. Pressing chain during run write mode will fill the scratch pad with random note data. Let's find out whether that works. So you have to set up the pattern length in step write mode. This is presumably run write. Okay, so you have to push next to be in step write mode. And you'd push done to be out of that. Run apparently means you can play stuff in as you go. Yep, I was pushing a key. It started entering the key. So it's just not a very efficient way of doing it. But remember what I said, how I found the secret? Pressing chain during run write mode. Fills the scratch pad with random note data. So technically, you can set up an acid jam and just keep hitting this for more random stuff. And see, it puts in rests and things as you go. New random one? And that's the great thing is the Zoxbox and the 303 have this great crunchy tone to it. So you can get a real quality going. And then we can hit next and alter and edit any of those notes. But we don't technically have to. Oh, we didn't save that, did we? Nope. I just hit a bunch of random buttons, but I never hit done, so it never actually saved it. But here's the thing. Unlike the 303, the Zoxbox has MIDI play. I want to find out whether it'll do accents. I think it is possible the implementation of the Zoxbox is such that you can tell it to do accents by playing a little bit louder. If you overlap your MIDI ons and offs, it'll slide. More accent. Okay, so the MIDI velocity levels on the Zoxbox are 2, quiet and loud. It should also do the same thing that the original one would do with the envelope, which is hit the envelope harder if it's an accent. Let's find out. One accent level. Let's see whether it does different things with the envelope without accent level turned up. Huh. It's acting like it's not. Yeah, when the accent goes up, the envelope goes down. That's weird. Didn't expect that. Yeah, hit it louder and the accent goes down rather than up. Didn't expect that. With both envelope mod and accent all the way down, it does nothing for velocity at all. So the applications of this to like space ambient or electronic music are obvious. This is now how I can get the sound, the acid sound. On a looping thing using soft clock. Like I can play this using soft clock. So yeah, so there are possibilities there. Definite possibilities there. I am happy it's working. There is one further trick to play. Because remember how I have this patch cable in here? Saw or square. And here's the square. Also note the tuning is, it's such a primitive synthesizer that the tuning is wonky. But we have a tune knob right on there, so. very primitive analog. I've also got an MXR flanger sitting around for further things to do with it to get into that Plastic Man zone. Because Plastic Man had a bunch of interesting stuff going on, and some of it I'm pretty sure was a Zoxbox into a flanger. But maybe you wonder why I have this patch cable out. There's a reason. The reason this wasn't patched up is because I have two additional things in the back of this. One of them says CV and one of them says gate. Here's the one that says CV. If I do not plug into this, I can plug into something else, namely something over here. That is the CV control. I can plug it into pitch. And here's an output. I can plug this into format. Now, this doesn't do nothing. Because now we're using a Mannequin's Mangrove oscillator to drive the Zoxbox. See, a Mangrove oscillator is pretty weird. This is one of the things I meant to fool with. Mangrove oscillator, Zoxbox, filter. So it's on constant wave, meaning that I have the pitch available. But the thing about the Mangrove is it has very different waveforms than the very simple sawtooth and square wave available from the Zoxbox. It's fine tuned. That seems to be pure volume level. So this is without the filtering in the Zoxbox at all. But the Zoxbox's ability to control voltages is able to make the Mangrove be kind of snappy and responsive. Also, the accent lives in the Zoxbox, not the oscillator. So yeah. But then if we go to the, now I wonder what happens if we do this. You see, that doesn't necessarily only respond to the keyboard. I can run the sequencer, I'm just not planning to use the sequencer for this. So now we've got the mangrove as the oscillator for the Zoxbox. But we can also set it to constant formant, which does a whole other thing. Or at least I thought it would. Okay, let's explore this assumption. So I have a square wave output. See, that's the formant knob. See, the thing about the mangrove is you can get it to sort of warp out and do kind of random notes, and so that's one of the things I'd like to see whether I can get it to do. Otherwise, why bother hooking it up? Here we've got a bassier setting. So now we're not actually playing a note, which gives me the idea of going back to MIDI play. So what does this do when we're playing? But the top one Well, it's a very acidy tone anyhow. Don't think that's connected to anything. Yeah, supposed to be able to get the Mandrove to kind of freak out playing a consistent note, have it do a bunch of other things. So I'm going to keep fooling with it a little bit, see what I can do. See, there's air. This is high air, and this is low air. Ah, see? Ah, there we go. Hear that? That's what I got the Mangrove for. The ability to do these funny things where, less envelope. Hear the undertone there? That's the oscillator, that's not even the Zoxbox. That undernote has a weird chaotic quality about it because it's not actually being programmed in. It's the process of the oscillator going a little bit weird. That undernote there is Mangrove territory. So that's a beefy synthesizer bass right there. There's more. One more patch. That's the chant of the Iraq person. One more patch, always one more patch. But this is gonna be pretty crazy. I did stuff like this with two Zoxboxes sometimes, or Zoxboxes going into O-coasts. Zoxbox's internal saw output into the Mangrove FM input or format or something. Barrel. There are many possible inputs and many possible outputs. Let's try this one. So this is now the raw oscillator sound. Because the internal oscillator is still doing its thing, and it's still the raw, very crunchy sort of Zoxbox oscillator. It's doing a simple sawtooth, but we're now feeding that into the more elaborate Eurorack oscillator, which is also a crazy beast. High notes doesn't want to do them, but there's a reason. So the control I'm meddling with now is called a barrel. The barrel is all the way down. Okay, it sounds like a note, but it's still craziness. So now if I do format, it does this. A little louder than I need it to be. And we've got a bunch of LFOs and things available in the modular space. But the whole reason I wanted to do this was to be able to take the Zoxbox, play it like a keyboard, run into the mangrove so we can do this kind of craziness with it. Ooh, that's fun. And now I take that sawtooth and unplug it from FM input and plug it into barrel. Hey, dubstep time. Yeah, the whole idea of that stuff is how random and kind of organic or electric these things get to be. Now we even have a drum. Let's tune this. Excuse me. Got it a little bit loud, but what the hey? What's not to like? But less of the verb. just a little weird and chunky because everything it's doing is kind of coming from the land of strange. For instance, if I touch tune, tune is throwing it in all kinds of interesting directions. See, and that's just oscillators modulating each other. And we're not even self-patching the mangrove either. So, sawtooth to air. That is a combination of the internal Zoxbox oscillator and the mangrove. And of course, if I put it to pattern sync, I can still sequence it. I've just been playing it because my hope is to be fooling with this stuff while actually playing things in on a keyboard. And I'd like this to be more accessible. See, when I turn it down here, I start getting a weird subharmonic. So now I've set it to where it's almost kicking in the subharmonic, but not quite. So you hear this little thump every now and then. And it's just the way the oscillators deal with each other. I haven't programmed the slight crackle popping in. So now we got a total acid thing going on. Which can then be made even more insane by detuning one of the oscillators. And putting it back in tune. I can hear the oscillation inside of it as the two oscillators are clashing with each other. Now we got a sort of weird purring sound. And I've now plugged it into trigger and I don't know what it's doing anymore. Have we got an output? Seemingly not. Okay, so you mustn't plug this into trigger, apparently. I shouldn't play all day doing this. It just makes for such an interesting twist on the acid-y, right? Oh, what do we got here? So now we have a weird under thump going on from what now we're clearly hearing are two oscillators. So what have we here? Ooh. That's weird. Pretty sure I don't have any music available on any streaming platforms unless it's been stolen from me and put there. Nope. Hard to get people to want to listen to things like this anyhow. So there's a riff. Also, so here's where things get interesting. Let's see, how do we do this? Okay, no more reverb, only the synth output. So this is a Zoxbox throwing up because it's being fed the output of a mangrove. And all I have to do is hit chain to do another random sequence, which will respond to the weird feedbacky strangeness going on back and forth here. And this is called fun. So, okay, now it's basically a drum track. I can also run outputs from the mangrove into the pitch input of the Zox. So we're going to try that. Picking all the same patch chords because why not? So you're not supposed to be able to modulate the oscillator of a Zoxbox because it's not been set up to do that. But I built jacks into it which will modulate the filter, the amplitude decay, which I've also got a knob that can shorten the decay, and the VCO depth. So the VCO depth is what's going to modulate the VCO. That is, let's see, this one. So when I plug this in to one of these outputs, either BM, oh, I've got a saw output, let's see that. VCO depth will do something else. Be a little careful because I don't want to blow up the Zoxbox doing that, because I'm running a voltage in where it does not expect a voltage to be. But now that we've got an even randomer thing going on, we hit chain again. This is my idea of fun. But wait, there's more. We do have this running. In fact, we can make it go faster. place that I didn't expect. But we can also play it with the keyboard. It's a scale. Ooh, and that's where it stops freaking out. So that's pretty juicy, isn't it? So that's what I call fun with synthesizers. I would like to also be able to bring stuff like that into the software realm, such as with like Synth 6 Signs and stuff. Understanding that you're not going to quite get anything quite like that. Instead, you'll get different flavors of weirdness. And this is all very sensitive to what all of the oscillators are tuned to, because all the oscillators are freaking out in different ways. I can dial in other notes because everything is kind of a giant chaotic system that's exploding. This is me just changing the tuning on the Zoxbox's internal oscillator, which I can't actually hear as a note at all. Ooh, can I get that as a bass? That's a dubstep track right there. Maybe I can make a bass do that. Trouble is, it doesn't really want to. Now it's not going insane anymore. No, those are just all the same note. Lovely. Let's stop tormenting this poor thing for a moment. And take away all these terrible wires that we're hurting it with. Because you see, it really wants to. It's a Zoxbox. It's a 303. And these are also pretty noises, they're just not as crazy. Alrighty. So the important thing there is I've established that I can play the Zoxbox. Or I would be able to if, let's steal this part from the other Zoxbox, my emergency backup Zoxbox. I have had them all plugged in before. Back in the day, I did live streams of electronic music. Recycle Yourself mentions the devices from Destiny Plus. Who knows? Maybe. So this works. I am pleased. The Kurzweil kind of doesn't. I need to work on that. Alrighty. So yeah, so far so good. Here is another thing I was thinking of trying to do. And I'm going to see whether maybe I can make it happen. I'd like to set up the modular synth so that I can like hand drum in electronic synth noises. So that will actually involve me moving this back out of the way again. I'm not going to be playing into it this time. So we can unplug that, stash it where you can't reach it, or something like that. Stash it where it's not in the way, more like. We're going to unplug that. Pull the cable back out. Here's the cable. I do believe I can shut off all these other little blinking light things. Here's the thing, I'm thinking of using other inputs other than this one. I can have this plugged into, for instance, the Summit. What are we doing in patch 15 all of a sudden? Well, one of the things we're doing is we don't have it turned up anymore. I haven't moved those to where I want them, but that's fine. So the next idea involves all this up here. In particular, I'm wondering whether I can have preset patches, of which I have 8 available on these wires. They don't go into the good input, but I can use them anyhow. And let's see, they were plugged into this. Put those ones down for now. So channel 1. So if channel 1 is plugged into the output of this, that might be a start. I could be like, okay, so 1 is my kick drum. So then what I need to do is, let's see. Let's grab some of these. And this. This is going to a drum trigger sensor. It's a piezo. So if I put it on my knees and go, it should be firing a kick drum, or indeed whatever else it is I want to be firing. So then the question is, how do I patch that? And one immediate problem is I grabbed all of the patch cords that were too short, so oops. But then I also need to patch in the output of that so that I can just select it. See, back you guys go. Grabbed all of them, I guess. These are a little bit longer. But the first thing I can do is fire it off using this. Actually, wait. No, I've already got it beating. So let's go and find that patch. It's going to be input mono, analog 1. Cool. Okay, so I've got a patch going, and it's doing something. And there are several ideas involved here. This just happens to be one of them. I'm using contour as an extra envelope so that I can swoop up the pitch of the kick, which is here. This is a tune, fine and coarse. Pitch decay is here. Or is it? Amplitude decay. Okay, so what do we got here? Drive and amplitude decay. Okay, amp decay, clearly sustain. Drive is driving this except for it's going to a wave folder. Could just be distortion, but I think the wave folder is better. This portal drum is a very complicated little device. First of all, let's check my assumption that I can, in fact, make it fire the drum using the plate. That's the hope, anyway. So, trigger, and it don't reach. But I can fix that. Trigger. So now it follows that, but what else can we make it do so it sounds better? Also, while I'm at it, I'm going to fire up something else. Let's watch what this does. I shouldn't need these because these are adapters from Eurorack to 1/4 inch, so I can use the other patch cord, but I'm not using that at the moment. So what have we here? We've got an EQ. Transients amount, huh? See, I can't really see it very well because all these are so the question arises, can I do other things? Like here's an envelope output. Can it reach over here and do something? It can't really reach, can it? Well, if we absolutely force it. Nah, I need a longer one. Just a moment. Here is a very long cable. Now we see whether one of these ramps can do anything useful. Ooh, it's doing the opposite of what I thought it was going to do. Fun. What if we pick something else? Derive. Okay. Not what I had in mind, but it's fine. See, if I pick tune, it always swoops up. What about this? See, there's an envelope coming out of this thing. That's what I'm kind of thinking about. Well, one thing about it, I can at least hear what that's doing. I don't know if my envelope here is going to help me, but what if the envelope of this modulates the decay of this, which we haven't really started using? That is because the attack of this is acting differently now. And now we've got something that's acting a little bit more like a kick drum with some attack to it. In fact, it's velocity sensitive now. Can probably do with, well, I don't know if there's a convenient way to boost the levels on this other than we can do this. We could also just use console X channel. But we can also copy shifting of bits over to here. There. Now we have a little pre-boost because we're going into a raw input where the volume controls in here don't matter because they're part of preamplifiers. So one of the tricks about this was going to be setting it up so that it sweeps up to do a similar thing to what I was doing with soft clock. Because you see, this is and Portal Drum all by itself is only able to do this kind of rapid decay thing. Which is all very well and good. See, there we go. So now we have a very high-pitched attack. You can see what a transient spike it's putting on things because we've got way too many high frequencies in here. And that's because it's wavefolding. It's at far too high a frequency. So that's a workable kick drum for electronic music. We've got a few more controls that can be fooled with. Here it's using its existing like pitch swoop that the kick has built in. And remember how this decay is still attached because they're all plugging into the same basic thing. So if we slow this decay way down, we're all up in the high frequencies. You don't have any low frequencies anymore because the decay coming out of this contour is strictly the attack. But because it's strictly, it's overriding everything, but it's still only the attack. So it needs to be a slower decay, but it's also the thing that lets you do this. It lets you sweep up as well as down. So now that acts like soft clock. We've got a decay on the kick drum that actually sweeps up to hit. Now if you just fire it according to a sequencer, it's going to attack later every time. It's going to hit slowly every time. But if you are playing it live into something, you might just be able to figure out how to make it work. So the difference between the attack speed sweeping up and firing the kick drum is either very direct or onset gets modulated. And it turns into a whole swoop. So you turn it into something. That's good. The amount of click that is sitting on that is still more than I like. But I feel like some of it might be a factor of the wavefolding. Although, no. It's because my CV is sweeping up the pitch of the kick to where it's no longer even kick-like. But there are ways to deal with that. Here's an interesting thing. If I use the exponential versus linear thing on contour, I am changing the rate at which it sweeps up to the pitch. So it does this. It's a positive squawk now. Well, now I don't have any bass, though. How should we do this? Okay, here's where it's being fed into the pitch. My note is still higher than it needs to be. See on meter, where I've got my amplitude pretty much right where I want it. And I've got a real dynamic range for an electronic kick. Like, this is an electronic kick. You could use a sample for this kind of thing. Not this time. So see where it says zero cross? And I've got this constant faint hum kicking around in here. I think it's just the sustain of the note. It's just hanging out. I'd probably want to gate this. Either that or it's just hanging out, responding to the reverb, which is still in here. . 。 So I'm watching Zero Cross. Can I make it hang out with the sonority around that 40 Hertz line? Because that's a good electronic kick line. You can see it swooping. I've watched stuff like Deadmau5 tracks where the kick really shows up on the meter. And it's very well designed. So now we have too loud of a kick, or at least too dense of a kick. And it's dropping way down lower than we need it. It's dropping nearly to 20 Hertz. But that can be amended. Still a little perturbed by the fact that I've got this click attack going on. And that's without even using this thing's internal click. It sounds like this. See, it will do a click for you. But I do not wish that. So what else can we make happen? I've got an equalizer. I've got a high-pass filter. And a thing that says track. High-pass filter does certainly work. Wonder whether there's a good way of modulating that. Perhaps not. So that'll get me a gabber kick. But it's not really solving my problems, is it? And then there's this equalizer. It says span and position. It's like a mid-range suck. So this is probably what I'm going to use to get rid of that clickiness. It also has a handy little switch for making it modulate according to the frequency. So that might be a key thing there. Firstly, let's find out what it does without that. Okay, I think pulling it back is a mid-range suck. That's a punchy kick. It's so punchy that it's louder than the output likes. Although, we can use the high-pass filter. Although I am still clipping, even it doesn't look like it's clipping, but the top meter says that it is. What would happen if we weren't boosting it anymore? Still wants a boost. Just not as much on the old fader. We've still got the controls of console X. We're just not using them. Although we're probably engaging the compressor. Oops. No matter. So ideally, if I had this set up and knew how to use it without spending too many hours derping around making the sounds, I could put in a slamming kick drum over some electronic thing, perhaps in a looper, with just enough variation so that if I wanted it to do something interesting, I could make it do something interesting. I can kind of hear what's going on in there in the reverb. So I was fooling with this equalizer though. Okay, now we're at a lower frequency because our pitch is dropping faster is what? Yeah, I am kind of looking for blue. I'm kind of looking for having an attack that balances with the highs, which is what that is. Although it's mostly meant to be green in the top, which is the low frequencies, because it's a kick drum. Hey, I can do Iron Maiden. Run to the hill, run for your life. Or just death metal. Honestly, this is starting to look pleasing to me. Yeah, I could do a metal track with this. Except for you don't put metal track kick drums into reverb. Also, it's acting maybe a little weird with this exponential control here. My fastest will give me a right click. But then we get weird. Although it's still doing that thing where I wanted the pitch to swoop up so the lows hit earlier. Well, now that's acting weird. As for Jonathan, the thing about attempting to improve meter is I could probably do something like that by just taking it and see how we got Airwindows console bus. And the colors are inverted. Technically, I could do a version of meter where it was dots on black. But everything would have to be sort of reshifted, and that would be pretty much all it was, though. Now, the way this works, I've got a kick where the peak of where the kick hits is after where it starts, but I have a very responsive touch control here. So it's all basically, rather than emulating a real kick drum, it's like, can I make it do an interesting thing that would work for like electronic music? The one thing that's weirding me out about this that I've got it currently going on is that if I lean in, the pitch goes down so obviously. Which is kind of cool in its way. I'm just not sure if I'm in love with it. Also, look at zero cross. I'm doing a lot of damage very deep into the bass, which is, I kind of like those, the kicks that do that, but this is not dance floor friendly exactly. I'm making too much happen below 40 hertz. God, it sounds like an electronic kick drum throwing up. And yet it works so well, holy crap. And it's so loud that I'm distorting the mic. Oops. There he was. Works nicely for if you're playing like it was congos too. So the modulation in decay is being handled by the pitch decay on the trigger operator. So let me quickly see what that's doing, and then it's going to be time to defrost food for... And if I wasn't doing that at all, okay, so it was doing something. Cool. That, I think, would work in whatever sort of mix as a functioning electronic style low frequency kick, which is given a lot of different sounds out of it too, which is unusual for an electronic kick. Usually it's a sample. We are still doing a lot of, I'm looking at the zero cross, and it's doing a lot of deep subsonic stuff. It's sounding the way that I want, but it's a little worrying. What if it's this frequency wrapping? Keeping a sharp eye on that zero cross. Okay, what if I have a much higher pitch? Huh. Alrighty then. That's I didn't expect that, but it kind of works. Interesting. That was the wave folder. This is a wave folder built into it. So that was giving me a lot of my highs. See, the thing about a wave folder is it will start by taking a roundy type of thing and rounding off the top, flattening it so it comes out more distorted and it's getting more gain. And then it'll keep going and start turning it into a higher pitch. So there's multiple things the wave folder does. This one seems to, let's take this way up. Okay, we're still making really deep sounds. It seems like all I have to do is hit the thing harder and it goes real low. That's interesting. So speed. And amount. So this is sort of the basis of it. And I'm modulating the exponential control on the contour. And that can get me into the real deep zone of having the pitch swoop up before then swooping down. Shorten it. So if I was doing this on a loop, I'd be laying down something that it would at least repeat. This doesn't repeat, so what else? Well, we could add the clickiness. Or we could add the clickiness with this stuff. So now I'm having a harder time shutting off the click. No, I guess that got it. Because it was coming from this, right? Okay, that's monkey. It's the frog kick. comfortable for the moment. I'm going to step aside and I have to defrost some foods. So I'll be right back and we'll play with, I don't know, the hi-hat or something instead. I sort of know what I'm doing. Be right back, finding something. Where could it have gone? Yes. Or at least I found another one. Where's my paper? I'll use a good old Sharpie so I can see it. There's some paper. And I'm gonna want scissors. I have a plan. Plan for stuff. This plan is as follows. And I had another Scotch tape, but no matter. I'm going to combine these things together. So that now becomes my kick drum patch. Oh, it's extra loud because it's bonking on the I don't know where my other Scotch tape went, but here's one. And I'm going to label those patches so I can plug them back in again where they belong. And then we'll move on and use completely different patches for other kinds of things. Here's how I try to make sense of this stuff. 1, 2. So one's going to be T for trigger. And the other one is the envelope, but a straight envelope. What direction did it go? That direction. Ow. Sitting on the edge of the chair by mistake. A straight looking angle, and that's the one that goes into the other place. So that should be enough of a head start for when I need to do this again. So I do believe I am going to need to get back to this particular patch again. So we're going to leave this all plugged in and figure out how to make up a different kind of patch for a different kind of sound. There's even more stuff that can be done, which I'm not going to get into right now. But this will be a decent start. You can even plug it into this. So now we've got that going on. Claps is also going to be a good one to have, but first I think track 2 could be hi-hat. So first thing I'm going to do is shut that off for a moment and dupe it. Now it's twice as loud, but I want analog 2. There we go. Probably don't need such long cables anymore. Yeah, here's what we're going to do. So channel 2 needs to go over to the hat. I believe I can make that work. You'll notice it doesn't groove as nicely without the human element, but all the same it does work. Oh wait, I'll run it under here. which is not on yet. So the hat I've got is an Erica synth, and I'm pretty happy with it. I need it to be a little longer than this. So here's a trigger. There's the ramp. And tone CV might be a thing, but the decay definitely is going to be a thing. So I should be able to make this go. I wonder why it ain't, but we'll find out. Analog 2, I'm out of analog 2. We're boosting, we're doing this just fine. Oh, I bet I know. I think I have it. So this should be the trigger. It's not doing its thing. I don't know why not. Oh, I plugged into the wrong damn thing. That's better. See, we can get there. So if I plug into the gate, go to the open hat. Ooh, I've got an accent input too. What do we get out of that? We just muted it completely. Hi. Hi, can you? Okay. So our gate and trigger is not holding, so P and H. No. How about this? Fine. I'm not sure I'm going to have a good open hat, though. I don't have a good way of arbitrarily making it sustain more, unless I can do that with another cable. Let's see what we can persuade this to do. Open hat to KCV. passive. Okay, that's just kind of weird. See, I've got about the brightness I want. See if I play quieter. At no point, however, am I able to make it go into the open hat. Okay, so amplitude is definitely governing it. The input and output are no longer really registering. Open hat sustain. So if I make it be inclusive, I'm firing both of the hats at once, which is too loud. Although, I mean, it does work though. This kick drum is hilarious, man. So, decay CV. Well, I've got accent going to think it's shortening as I hit it harder. That's weird. P plus H. Yeah, C, H, C, V. So percussion plus hold maybe is what it means. Okay, let's see what happens if we go into the open hat. Not as responsive as I'd like. My gain is turned up as high as it'll go. So we're kind of getting there. So my ability to do a sustained hit is very limited, but it's at least being a little bit responsive. That's the hope, is using the dynamic qualities that the trigger controller is able to put out to modulate these things so that they act a little better rather than just being a sample. With this all set up, and I wonder how many of these are actually doing anything. That's the question. So overhead trigger, decay CV is going to the new one. Oh yeah, no, it is doing something. Without that, I just have 100% slow. What else can I plug into? Okay, that's inverse. That is, hit it harder and the decay is shorter. This is just always a long decay. So that's using the release time. So if I play quieter notes, it starts to open up. I wonder whether that's actually good. And I've also got an exponential. That's just always very sustainy, so I don't like that much. And then I've got what I think is a gated velocity. That's just giving me nothing but full crank. So the question is, do I use this one where it's the decay, and as you play louder, the decay tightens up? See, that's not bad. That kind of works. And you turn it up for making it tighten up. Because it's then going to force it be the tightest little decay. I don't think that decay is actually going with the velocity. My other choice was this one in the middle. I think it's P plus H with a line over it, meaning it would be inverse. So that one's always quick. So if I use that one, it stays responsive and it stays pretty well behaved. It's very velocity sensitive. So that's what I'd normally expect a hat to sound like. But then if I go over to here, you play loud to tighten it up, and you play a lot quieter to leave it loose. So what happens if I go back to this? Oh, I see. Okay. See, it's the open hat, and it's varying by an inverse voltage from where it started. So if I turn that down, it's less choked. And it's still, I believe, doing some kind of modulation according to the velocity. Okay, got there. Got there. This is clearly the one. See, it's a hi-hat. It's a hi-hat. It's responding to the volumes correctly. I'm trying to see whether I can choke it by making a quiet sound very rapidly. Signs point to no. And I got my little control here where I can dial the whole thing back. Although I'm no longer getting a groove out of this, so now we're doing the weird thing again. Oh, I know. It's doing an even weirder thing. Cool. Signs point to me having a working hi-hat, as long as I hook it up right. So one of these, and one of these. So I don't have a proper snare on this exactly, although there's all manner of other things. Maybe what I can finish up with is like weird looping and stuff. That might be a thing that could be done. But for now, I got a little labeling to do. What the hell are these? Underscore P and H. I should know what P and H meant. So I'm using up all these cables in order to be able to put these patches back when I need them, because I'm going to need them. For instance, I'm going to need this. Always assuming my house doesn't get hit by a meteor or everything doesn't get randomly stolen or somewhere, crap like that. But it hasn't happened yet. What's doing this? So accent. I need a smaller pen. So inverse P and H. Now P and H log, which is next to it. P and H log. The thing is, when I can actually get all this together and use it for stuff, it'll be cool. Assuming I can. Because this is all based on where I'm trying to take it. By the way, did you know these cables, these, whatever they are, the colored ones you can get, they are unshielded. Your rack doesn't always need shielded. Log, and then trigger. I'll use the big marker for that one again. T. Solved. So now we mute that and duplicate one more time. So the interesting thing about a clap is it's like a snare that has got built-in delay. because a clap always has that sort of sustain to it. And that's going to be coming in on track 3 and 4. There it is. So let's use orange wires for this one. And it's literally right next to the trigger, so I can use the tiniest of cables. How many, I wonder, can I use? Let's find out. Firstly, trigger to trigger. Cool. Now what? P and H maybe? Some kind of sample and hold thing. Okay, we got something. We've got a clap that's velocity sensitive now. That's not what we're going to want though, but it's interesting at least. So if we applied that interesting behavior to, I don't know, decay. Alrighty, so now we have it, the pitch is normal, but we can make it go really long if we want. Gain on that. It'll come back. now what we've got is a clap, clap, clack, click, whatever, very undense until you hit it hard, and when you hit it harder, there are more claps in it. So that's a velocity sensitive clap. So what else can we do? Also check this out. You can't have only one clap. And you can have other noises. Supposed to do it into the trigger. So I still have more outputs on this control. The more that I can make it do, the more interesting it will be. How about the inverse in something? Decay or something. No, that's terrible. That's just maximum at all times. I don't want surface. Frequency is probably a loss. Yeah. That's the negative. So if I do just P plus H, I get velocity sensitivity. So maybe a little too responsive. If I do the one that's just the velocity levels, I think that's a trigger. That's actually not bad. It's clapping that's completely like clap solo. normally get a crowd clapping in such a detailed way. Let's make them clap tighter. Now it sounds like a tap dancing school. And the neat thing about the clap, as in not the Steve Howe song, ooh, and I'm over time, but the neat thing about the clap is it is a sustaining sound, so it acts like a snare drum that's delayed in the beat. This is one reason why it works in electronic systems, where the actual electronics are not grooving at all and they're just a rigid beat. Trying to make it sit on top of the kick now. Behind the kick. Applause. Cool, got there. got there. Although there is one further toy to play with. After I finish labeling this, because I'm going to label this before I'm done, that ought to do it. But again, like I said, there is one further toy. Let me see, I need 3 labels for this. Where's my scissors? There it is. Then I'll be able to patch it right back up and be ready to go. Or at least such is the hope. So one of them is going to be T for trigger, so that's straightforward enough. T for trigger. Priority direct. And it is this one here, which goes to the trigger input, by the way, so it's all pretty straightforward. Then one is frequency and one is density. So density is P plus H log. That's the one where it spikes to a really high voltage. P plus H log. See, log stands for logarithm. That means the voltage can spike up way higher because rather than just being the linear rate of the velocity, it's the logarithm of the velocity, so it's going to spike up to a really high value. And we're sending that to density so that low velocity hits end up being just a couple of claps, and high velocity hits, lots more claps get involved. And we're leaving the outputs patched in. I'm going to go forward and make further notes about what goes to what. And then this attack thing, it looks like 2 little square wave spikes, but they're separated. And I think it's some kind of direct output, like a transient that is also a trigger. And I wonder if I have a sustain. Oh, I have a impulse length generator, so that's almost certainly going to control that. I'm just not doing anything with it very much. So there's that, and I've not used this one in any of my stuff yet, so this is a fine time to start. There we are. Little short spike and much taller spike. And that goes to the remaining cable. All of which are very tiny and small. So all I got to do is read the signs on the cables, which are done with big Sharpie markers, and I can figure out what I'm doing with all of this wackiness, up to and including this, which has just been plugged in and is now unplugged. but does this. Very aggressive. We'll unplug that for now. Da-dum. So all well and good. Oh, you're over there. Camera is over there. One further thing. I shut off the record buttons. I duplicate this. And I tell it inputs 9 and 10. And if I tell it that thing, that is a Plinky. That's a little thing that I built from a kit. And it would be a nice thing to just have floating around while doing like a looped jam and feed it in outside the loops into like full reverb. For instance, that's full reverb. So we can do fun things with that. That is just a little additional musical thing. You could do a lot more with it than that, but this is a start. This is just some notes. And I can run it into the deep reverb and be ready to go. And that's something I can do even if I have weird sequences and stuff running just off. The reason I got it for this particular device is because if I took this out and played live somewhere and had this pitched through to something, just do stuff with this. Plinky is a weird little device, but they are quite fun, and I hope to learn more about it at some point. If you want to look into what that is, there's a particularly good Plinky demo video out there. There's one that I keep listening to over and over, which is some sort of I think it was called It's What Kept Me Sane, which is a little Plinky jam all by itself, which goes into its ability to use samples and slice and loop the samples and do weird granular things with the samples, which I am not up to speed with yet. I have not learned or mastered Plinky, not even close. But You don't necessarily have to know how to play it, just to make some noises on it. I set mine up to be chromatic because I figured I would be playing over who knows what keys, and I prefer to play over chromatic stuff. Just to make interesting things happen, right? Like just to throw in weird noises just cause. Because I can probably find my way around a key, and having that going means it's just sitting there able to add whatever it is you've told it to do at any given point. So, on that note, I'm going to shut down that weirdness and say good day, because I'm going to go and have my tacos now. This turned out to be just a entire day of setting up all the synth things. So the next time I do a play and looping with Circa or whatever, I won't be quite as at sea. And I'll be able to like fire up things and go, I'd like to add a weird Zoxbox thing, like it was an 808, but playing according to what I play on the keyboard, and just lay that over something and be ready to go. I feel like that would lead towards more interesting music going forwards. And on that note, I'll catch up with y'all later. I will have a neat plugin coming this coming weekend, because I feel like since I've been asked for a compressing version of pointy guitar, and I'm quite interested in that myself, because I feel like if I plug a Strat into pointy guitar and have compression built into it, it's a quick recipe to getting into a Mark Knopfler tones. And I play fingerstyle naturally, so I'd be able to demo that pretty well. Which means I would have to drop Bezi Comp. But that's for this coming weekend. Talk to you later. Bye-bye.